Exacto, me va a ver a mí hablando, básicamente. Okey, para ver qué tanto delay tiene. Dale. Okey, para ver qué tanto delay tiene. Dale. ¿Me escuchas y me escuchas también en el stream? Okey, para ver qué tanto delay. Me escuchas duplicado. Tiene que tener par de segundos de delay, me imagino. ¿Me escuchas y me escuchas también en el stream? Hasta exacto. Me encanta, pero lo odio, ¿verdad? Full. Porque lo estás recibiendo en el mismo device. Sí, ya. Exacto, exacto. Te te recomiendo que el stream siempre lo tengas muteado. Okey, para pasar el enlace del stream, no es ahí, es el donde a donde está enviando tu cosa. Tiene que arriba a la derecha, donde dice en la flechita, share, el el link del stream es ese. Ese tu enlace. Exacto. Entonces, ya tú le dices que es importante que ellos sepan que el link del stream es ese y que no va a cambiar, porque me imagino que tú lo vas a dejar encendido. Entonces, vamos a cambiarle el título. Lo que dice Best Org Livestream. Mira lo chulo que yo puedo editar la cosa desde aquí. Espérate, yo puedo editar la cosa desde mi computadora. Déjame ver, dime si te cambia. President's Meeting 2020. Best President's Meeting 2020. Official Opening Day. Tiene que decirle a la gente que te pase la descripción. Dime si te cambió. Mira, qué chulo. Yo también lo puedo. O sea, tú y yo ahora mismo. Lo estás streameando tú. Pero yo también puedo cambiar la cosa en la pantalla. Mira, dale refresh ahora a tu página. F5. F5. Mira, tú ves. Yo cambié el título. Mierda, me pagaron hoy. Eso no es para nada malo, compadre. Me encanta que eso está en el stream, así que si hay alguien viendo el stream ahora, sabe que me pagaron. I just got paid, bro. Sí, ahora tenemos que entrar en una llamada de Zoom para el abrieron. Está bien. Exacto, tiene que mutear la cosa de WhatsApp, porque si no te aparecen igualito en el stream. Ah, okey. Exacto. Sí, pero tú no vas a tener tu video prendido. No, no, no. No, 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 yo te voy a enseñar cómo tú lo haces. Tú tienes que esconder la los non-video participants. Tú vas a tener un hueco arriba. Tú vas a tener un hueco arriba, pero no en la cámara. Y si no, eso se ajusta también. Eso es lo más rápido de ajustar, ya que estás enseñando, ya que estamos haciendo esta vaina, te voy a enseñar que, oye, también te digo una vaina, hay cosas que van a salir, que se van a ver horribles al principio. Y está bien, esta es tu primera vez bregando con esto, pero lo importante es corregirlo rápido. Está bien, ¿eh? No te pongas. No, yo lo puedo hacer, lo que pasa es que yo estoy medio alto. Exacto. No, está bien. Entonces, a mí me gusta a mí me gusta porque te estoy más o menos formando yo. Porque entonces, yo siempre he querido hacer cosas de vez con streaming. Entonces, en vez de pasar a hacer, si lo hago yo, Ves tenía un streamer, pa y ahora Ves tiene 2 streamers. Ya podemos, tú sabes. ¿Verdad que sí? ¿Verdad que sí? Esto es, o sea, tranquilo, tranquilo. Entonces, en esto estamos. Okey, ¿qué era lo que íbamos a hacer? Sí, mándame el link que no sé, ellos no, pero te dice que te van a iniciar la reunión a las 4 de la tarde. Dale, dale, dale. Dice Yosif, "Hi Yosif", que Yosif me oye hablando español en el stream. Yes, for now it's on purpose. De hecho, by the way, antes de que, cuando el eso si tú quieres después lo hago yo, pero cuando el official opening day, salga, yo voy a tener que descargar el video, editarlo. Porque si lo subimos así, se va a subir el stream entero y en el video del Official Opening Day de YouTube se va a oír toda la mierda que yo estoy hablando ahora mismo. No, 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 no cancele el stream, porque lo que pasa es que si tú cancelas el stream, exacto, ahí tú le puedes, exacto. Sí, 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 tranqui, 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 no importa.
To all of our online followers, to everyone present, and to all of our esteemed guests, welcome. I am Jasper Holtz, Vice President for Services at the Board of European Students of Technology, and it's my privilege, and definitely it's my pleasure, to welcome you here today. We are delighted to have you all here to participate and share in the 26th President's Meeting, a President's Meeting that will be conducted in an online way. I must say, it is humbling and heartwarming to see all of you present here today, and then also in the later days. Now, as best, we strive to empower diversity by helping students reach a cosmopolitan mindset. And given our mission of developing students, we aim to create opportunities for students for personal development, both inside and outside of our organization. And we aim to support them in reaching their full potential. For the last 31 years, BEST has been reaching out to millions of students. Together with those students, we have created unforgettable memories. And we have strengthened the education of those students. We have strengthened their growth to exemplary engineers, scientists, managers, and consultants. It is that goal that is today as pertinent as it was all those years ago. It is that goal of which every bestie, every member of BEST believes in and strives for. The goal to aid our peer students to reach their full potential. Now, in the next 2 hours, you will get the opportunity, the chance to listen to our corporate partners, to engage in discussions with our institutional partners. We will start with a presentation delivered by President Johannes Paas, and afterwards I will give the word to two of our corporate partners. Atos, which will be represented by Ms. Maite de Bearne, my apologies, and ABB, represented by Ms. Gerda Marcus. Both of them will tell us how their companies try to make a difference. And after that, I will give the word to the president of the BEST Alumni Network, Mr. Davide Biasco, and he will tell us about BAN. This will be followed by a roundtable discussion with FEANI, SEFI, and the European Youth Forum. This will be moderated by our own Daniel Garcia, the Education Involvement Coordinator. And the topic that will be tackled is the topic of youth employment and work conditions. Approaching the end of today's session, I will ask Evelina Saminelli to the stage. Evelina Saminelli is the Competition Department Coordinator, and she is involved in this year's edition of the BESTathon. She will tell us about the case study competition that will happen in the next weeks, and that is supported by our corporate partners. So definitely stay tuned for that. Before I give the word to Johannes Paas, our beloved president, I'd like to say once more, on behalf of BEST, welcome. It is wonderful, truly wonderful, to see so many of you here. Enjoy, engage, enlighten. Johannes.
Thank you, Jasper, and a very good afternoon from my side to everyone watching this live stream. I would like to welcome all of you watching here today, and in particular, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to all of our partners, companies, institutions, and NGOs, and of course to all besties, no matter what corner of Europe or what corner of the world you are watching this live stream from. It might not seem like it, but in many ways, this simple Friday afternoon, November the 6th, while it is seemingly no different from any other Friday afternoon, is a historic day for our organization. After all, today we are celebrating the start of our first ever virtual president's meeting. And I'm happy to pinpoint that what we have prepared for you is a full-fledged president's meeting. This PM does not only aim to carry out the statutory obligations of the president's meeting. No, what we want to do is way more than that. We are here today to make a statement, to show that BEST has embraced the unfortunate conditions that we have found ourselves in today, and that we have not spared any effort to give a positive spin to the current global context. This president's meeting, with its broad involvement of partners throughout the whole event, and with its many opportunities for discussion and for development, is a proof of the flexibility that we besties so proudly adopted as one of our values. Well, allow me to elaborate on that. Allow me to remind you of what we besties mean when we say that we value flexibility. Freely paraphrased, it means that we value the ability to quickly respond to changes. And it is the positivity with which we meet the obstacles that we encounter. It also means that we are open to everything new and that we are not afraid of change. And I hope you'll agree with me if I say that this flexibility is what we should always aim for, now even more than ever. And I'm fairly sure that if you ask me in 5 years what I would have learned in my time by being part of BEST, I would answer flexibility. Well, but enough about this flexibility for now. I would like to draw your attention to a selection of milestones of the past year. Almost exactly 1 year ago, we were gathered in the opening of our president's meeting in Valladolid in Spain. There, we discussed the opportunities and the challenges that our organization was facing at that moment. Well, in retrospect, one might say that the challenges we had back then were not that bad compared to the challenges that we are facing today. Well, in any case, skipping ahead to after the winter period, to February, which is in many places the start of the new semester and is also traditionally the start of the second part of the best year, we had our Winter International Project Forum taking place in Istanbul. And I was at that event, and I remember very vividly the energy of the event. I remember very vividly the enthusiasm and the drive to try out new things. And I remember very vividly the connectedness that all of us were feeling at that point. Well, shortly after that, in the beginning of March, this all came to a standstill. And one could compare this standstill with running face first into a glass door. However, I'm not a big fan of this analogy. I prefer to compare this standstill with the top of a roller coaster. Prior to the top, the cart advances slowly but steadily until it suddenly stops. And then when it stops, just when everyone has had time to catch their breath and everyone has had the time to realize that the cart has stopped, it moves again. And it starts accelerating and it moves faster than it did before and in a more exciting way. Well, during this metaphorical descent, we as BEST have taken previously unimaginable steps. Within a matter of days after nationwide lockdowns were announced, BEST's training community treated us to an online training marathon like we had never seen before. Suitably, this training marathon was titled Tigo Quarantine. Shortly after that, we were also confronted with the cancellation of our General Assembly, which was planned to take place in Istanbul. But this was soon followed up by the organization of an online General Assembly, with a broad involvement of besties from all over the organization. Well, soon after that, we treated not only students, but also professionals from the corporate, the academic, and the NGO sector to an elaborate online conference, the BEST Virtual Summit. This BEST Virtual Summit inspired all of us by encouraging us to look at the future, to look beyond the pandemic. Well, all of these successful examples of online events that I have given just now have inspired the leaders of our organization on all levels. And this has led to the development of a multitude of online events. These events include our Summer International Project Forum, which is traditionally the kickoff of the BEST year. These events include our BEST online courses, which are a new way to deliver academic courses to students from all over Europe. These events include the online regional meetings that will be taking place over the course of the next few months. And of course, these events include this virtual president's meeting. Well, to finalize my speech, I will not attempt to predict what the next year will hold in store for us. What I do hope, however, is that this event will help you glimpse the future. It is events like this that determine where the changes are decided, where changes are made that determine the future of our organization and what happens during the upcoming years. And I am not sure which challenges lie before us. I'm not sure which opportunities we will have in the upcoming months. But honestly, I don't think it matters that much. What matters is the ingenuity with which we try to, with which we reinvent what we are doing. And what matters most of all is the flexibility that runs in our DNA. It is the flexibility, the ability to deal with whatever COVID throws at us. Well, I would like to thank you for listening to this speech, and I hope you will enjoy the rest of this President's meeting. Thank you.
I'd like to thank you, Johannes, for those inspiring words. And we are honored to have our two main corporate partners with us at this very day. Both are esteemed global companies in their respective fields. We have a long story of trust and collaboration with both of them, a story of continuous and mutual exchange of ideas, suggestions, feedback. Unfortunately, at this moment in time, it won't be possible to ask them questions. However, I highly encourage you to write them down if you have any, because later during the President's meeting on Friday, both will deliver a keynote, and then you will be able to ask any question that you might have. For now, I'd like to proceed with introducing the first partner, namely Atos. Atos' purpose is to help design the future of the information space. It is through their services and their expertise that they aim to support the development of knowledge, education, and research in a multicultural approach. They aim to develop scientific and technological excellence. Across the world, this group enables its customers and its employees, and members of society at large really, to live, to work, and to develop in a sustainable way. And all of this in a safe and secure information space. Now, I'd like to introduce you all to Maite de Bejagen, Group VP HR, UCC and major events of Atos.
Thank you, Jasper, and hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be with all of you today. Let me share my screen. Sorry, yeah, I'm. So I hope you can see it well now. Let me start by introducing myself. So my name is Maite Duberne. I come from France and I'm based in Barcelona in Spain. I've been working at Atos for 8 years now. I started to work in Paris in our headquarters in a global human resources position. And then I had the chance to evolve and get several career opportunities over the last few years. And I am now the head of HR of one of our Atos divisions globally. As Jasper was saying, it's called UCC, Unified Communication and Collaboration. And I'm also the head of HR of a department which is called Major Events, which is managing the Olympic projects and other major sports events. So I will spend a little bit of time today on our Olympic project during the presentation, as it is really a very exciting part of what we do in Atos. So let me give you a quick introduction to our company, Atos. As Jasper was explaining, Atos is a global leader in what we call secure and decarbonized digital. We offer IT services in many different domains, such as Internet of Things, big data, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence. And our objective is really to shape the future of digital with our customers. And at Atos, we are very proud to use the diversity and the different backgrounds of our employees to have a positive impact on the business and humanity in the future. So now I would like to show you a little video. And let me move to the video and you will tell me if you can see it. Good. So I hope you enjoyed it. Let me just rechange the screen. All right. So in terms of our locations, we are, as you can see on the screen, we are based really everywhere in the world. We have 110,000 employees working in 73 countries on the 5 continents. So we are very proud of this diversity, which is one of our strengths. And let me share with you a few topics which we are really proud of in Atos. First of all, well, our colleagues across the globe have provided a very good support to our clients challenging during the COVID crisis this year through the implementation of a program which we called Future Ready, which combines all our group solutions to help our customers to face the difficult current situation. So we have been providing a lot of support to governments, health organizations, hospitals, etc., to try to help with the global effort against COVID. And then a second topic we are very proud of is quantum. Atos is very active on this regard. We have created the world's first quantum user group, which is comprising of customers, research centers, universities, global companies, to try to drive advances and share best practices in quantum. A third topic we are very proud of is the Olympics. We have been a digital provider for the Olympic movement since 1992. And this year has been, as you can imagine, especially challenging because of the postponement of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games to next year. But our teams have done an excellent job to adapt and get ready for next year. Then decarbonization and sustainability, Jasper was mentioning it a little bit in his introduction. We have launched many initiatives to reduce our carbon footprint as a company, and also to help our customers to reduce their carbon emissions through different initiatives, green data centers, more energy efficient computers, etc. So this topic is really very important for us, and it's an important part of our strategy. And then finally, a very important topic for us is to make sure that we continuously develop our employees and their digital skills to be always up to date, to be able to innovate. So we have several very important training programs for our employees in Atos. So now I'd like to focus on what we are doing for the Olympics, to give you a concrete example of what we do, and because it is a very exciting and visible project, which we often use as a showcase for our customers. So we have started as a technology partner for the Olympics in 1992. At the time, it was the Barcelona Olympics, and we were only providing a few applications to the Olympic Committee. And over the years, we have taken more and more responsibilities, and we have now become the unique worldwide IT partner for the International Olympic Committee. And you can see below on the screen all the previous games which we participated in. Myself, I had the chance to participate in Rio 2016, Pyeongchang 2018, which was really an amazing experience. And at the moment, we are working on Tokyo 2020, Beijing 2022, and we just started to work on Paris 2024. To explain you a bit more about this project, well, you know, the Olympic Games is really a magic event. Everyone knows about it. And most people around the globe, they mostly only know about the show, the spectacle, and they don't realize that actually there is a giant machinery in the background. In Atos, we start working on each Olympic event 4 years before the event. So you can imagine it is 4 years of preparation for just a few weeks of events. And what is complex about this project is that every time it is a new country, so we face a new cultural environment, new partners, we have new sports, and we need to innovate every time. So just to give you a comparison, we could say that each Olympic project is an effort comparable to transforming a business with over 200,000 employees, over 37 locations, with over 4 billion customers worldwide. And we have to be ready and to give services 24/7 from anywhere. So you can imagine that it is quite a feat. So what do we do exactly in Atos for the Olympics? Mostly we manage 2 sets of critical systems for the games, which we call OMS, Olympic Management System, and ODS, Olympic Diffusion System. So the OMS part is a suite of applications which help the Olympic Committee to prepare for the games. So these applications will help them to prepare for the games, to run the games smoothly. As an example, we prepared a volunteer portal. You may know that every time, 1 year before the games, the country organizing the games is asking volunteers from all over the world if they want to participate in the games. And this is Atos who is managing this portal, where everyone can apply all over the world and be selected to become a volunteer. So this is one example. ODS, Olympic Diffusion System, is really the heart of the games, let's say, because these systems make sure that the information gets circulated around the globe 24/7 during the games. And as you can imagine, the media play really an important part in the games now to make sure that everyone in the world can view it. And one of the applications that we do, as an example, is this commentator information system. This system is delivering to the media, to the journalists, real-time competition information on results. For example, to give you an example, if I'm a journalist commenting a basketball game live, actually I will have in front of me a screen with our Atos application, and I can use it to see the results live, also to find past statistics about the players, about previous competitions, etc. So it's really helping me to comment the game live. And I will give you 2 more concrete examples of what we do. So one of our OMS applications, as I was mentioning before, is called accreditation. So accreditation is this badge that you can see on the screen. During the games, all people who participate in the games, athletes, journalists, employees, they have to have this badge to be allowed to enter in the stadiums and all the Olympic facilities. So we manage this system in Atos. And for this, we need to be in contact with the security and police authorities of all countries, because to get an accreditation, they need to check the criminal background of all individuals. So a person who has a previous criminal background will be refused. They won't be able to get this accreditation, and they won't be allowed to go to the games. So, and this accreditation also serves as a visa for the athletes and all the people working for the games. So when they arrive in the country of the games, they can go through the customs and they will be allowed in. So as you can see, it's really a critical tool to ensure the safety of the games. And we deliver for each games around 300,000 of these accreditations. And then another example I was mentioning earlier was this commentator information system. So this slide is really showing you the complexity of the result systems. So this application that we have is actually linked with the screens that are on the stadium during the competitions that are managed by the company Omega. And then when the competition is live, we have to make sure that the results are sent in less than half a second to all TV channels and journalists in the world. So all the media have to have access to real-time information and on any type of device. It can be a mobile, laptop, website, printing, and so on. And all of these should be 24/7. And well, because it is such a visible event and the competitions happen live, you can imagine that we cannot afford any failure in this. So for example, let's say we cannot ask Usain Bolt to start running again his 100 meters because our result system did not work. So you can imagine the reputational damage that it could do to our company if we sent wrong results to the media. And then one of the highest stakes we have during the Olympic Games is also to guarantee the safety and security. And you can imagine that the high visibility of the games makes it a target for certain individuals, for hackers, etc. And to give you an example, during the games in Rio in 2016, we had to fend off 570 million security events without any impact on the games. So it's the equivalent of almost 330 security events per second that we had to stop. So you can imagine the impact of a security breach as well during the games. If one of our critical games application is down for only a split second during a competition, we may have to do the competition all over again. And you can imagine then the consequences and the stress for the athletes and so on. So you can see how important IT security is also for our Olympic teams. So, well, overall, I would say we are very lucky to be able to work for such a unique event in Atos. It's really giving an amazing experience to our employees. You can see on the screen, this was our team in Rio, a team in Pyeongchang. We're all wearing the Atos uniform during the games. You can also see some colleagues who get the chance to run with the Olympic torch. So really, we are very proud and lucky to have this project. So I think that was all for me today. If I'm not wrong, on Monday, my colleague from Atos, Javier Pons, will spend some time to explain you this time the digital transformation and especially how Atos is collaborating with universities, startups. So I wish you all a very good meeting, and I hope that the different workshops and discussions will give you useful information and insights. Thank you all. And I think I pass the floor to you, Jasper.
Yes, thank you very much, Miss De Beerne, for this presentation, and especially to give these kind of clear examples and cases for our audience to clearly know what Atos and what kind of impact Atos is making every day.
Thank you.
Our next main partner is ABB. And ABB is a leading global technology company, a company that energizes the transformation of society and industry to achieve a more productive and more sustainable future. It is by connecting software to electrification, robotics, automation, and motion portfolio that this company is able to push the boundaries of technology to drive performance to new levels. Now, this company has a long history. They have a history of excellence touching back more than 130 years. And they have, at the moment, more than 110,000 talented employees in over 100 countries. Now, these are just some facts that I can give you, but I'm sure that Ms. Gerda Marcus ABB Talent Acquisition and Advancement, Employer Branding, and the country coordinator in Baltics, is able to give way more information about this company. Ms. Marcus, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you for the introduction and a briefing about ABB's activities also globally. So I will just share my screen. Just a second. Yes, so my name is Gerda Markus, and I'm really excited to be here and be part of this event, actually. So as Jasper said, I'm representing ABB, and I'm located here in Estonia and covering Baltic countries as the talent acquisition and advancement and employer branding country coordinator. So I'm excited to share what we have planned for this event. We are participating on this workshop. We're providing workshop to you and as well the keynotes. So first of all, this next Wednesday, we will have the workshop provided into two parts. Firstly, I would like to share the floor with really exciting managers who have actually started their journey in ABB as students and then became a manager. And they are sharing their story, what kind of obstacles and challenges they have faced during this journey. And the other part is that they will provide you a challenging task that they have faced already also during this their journey in ABB. So you will have the opportunity to kind of provide solutions how to overcome different challenges being a manager, let's say, in such company and in diverse environment as well. And just for introduce a short introduction about Margus Leimbok. Margus Leimbok is a quality manager in our largest businesses in Estonia, which is a large motors and generators factory. And then we are having Enn-Karin, who is a sales manager in electrification business in Estonia. So they will share their story, how they became leaders and what kind of challenges they faced during this journey. And you will then have the challenge to together provide different solutions, let's say, as well. And the next one is a keynote. Well, we are participating on Friday at 5 o'clock. And during that time, I would like to introduce you one challenge that we are actually offering to all our interns that we hire for Estonia every year. So we actually started this challenge 2 years ago. And now this has become a kind of a really attractive opportunity for our students who are becoming to internship to ABB every year. So this is a kind of a challenge where they can build networks within the business and within, of course, student network, and they can experience what is actually what it is like to kind of put into practice your crazy ideas and to build something with your hands in collaboration with our world-class engineers. And so one really good beneficial in addition is that you can actually gain project management skills through gate modeling that we are using in all projects that we do in ABB. So these are the two things, two activities that we are providing during this event, and we are really excited to share our experiences and kind of involve you into those as well, and give you the idea what it is like to be in ABB. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marcus, for this presentation, and to also highlight at which kind of occasions the participants of the President's meeting and basically all members of BEST are able to interact with the company further during this President's meeting. Now, for our next presentation, we will talk about Best Alumni Network. It is namely the case that in previous years, the alumni of BEST were loosely gathered in the alumni net. However, a few years ago, a few alumni took the initiative to establish a proper organization, and this to improve the ties between the alumni of BEST. BEST Alumni Network was created, and today we have Davide Biasco, the president of the second executive board of the BEST Alumni Network, among us, with us, to give more information about them. Mr. Davide Biasco, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Jasper. I'm gonna try to share my screen so that you can see my presentation. Let's see. I believe you can see me. You can see my presentation now. So, Best Alumni Network. Here we are. I will try to to focus on three points here, and it is like what are our aims? What is that we want to give to the alumni? So for sure, one thing that we want to pursue is the sharing and the growth of our organization and of our members. We want to give support to BEST and its alumni, and we want to have fun. So, of course, like different people have different interests, but us as an organization, we're trying to sort of give a possibility for all of these to happen in the same time. So the current actions, like the recent actions that we had, and the ones that we were planning to do in the next future are various to cover all of the various needs that we just listed. So, for example, we have webinars, podcasts, roundtables happening. We have an internal directory that we are setting up, and with the increasing of the members, we're gonna improve it and strengthen it. And we are working on reaching the various alumni responsible of the various LBGs, so that we can have an approach not only from the top to the bottom, but also directly from the members of the single LBGs to to feel the presence of the organization. Eventually, like we will want to collaborate with other companies and with other organizations. From the support, for BEST and alumni, what we have done, right, like until now, we're having a collaboration with BEST that is strengthening with time. We have a dedicated mailing list that this is for for members to ask questions to alumni. So all alumni can join and answer to the questions, and all the members can ask questions. And we have a mentoring project that is being set up, and also a scholarship project that would be aimed to BEST members that we have in project to develop. To have fun, we have created we have set up an alumni meeting last year. This was in Aranda in Spain, and we are also creating some virtual online meetings like the one that happened in July, or the ones that will happen at the end of next week, in parallel with what's happening in the president meeting. Here there are some examples of the activities that we are running. So we have the webinars that are going on. The webinars cover different areas, from career to like meaning of life to really different topics. There was like one on how to choose a proper bike. It is various. It's interesting to see for all people. So in fact, we have it open on YouTube. We also have some internal activities like these round tables on the eCamp, where we talk about different topics. So this one was about management and versus technical career. So could be interesting for people to have a space to discuss topics like with different minds, but with the same level of knowledge, maybe in different fields. And this is another example, is the podcast that is going on. We release one new episode every month, and so like we had the fourth just came out, so yeah, you can give a look. And internally we have our own chat system with like where we communicate and we organize. And the idea is that the more people join, the more active it will become. So to conclude, like, what is the vision that we have from now on? So until now, we tried to put the grounds for a proper network to be there and be present, like for alumni and for students, so that we can make an obvious transition here from bestie to alumnus. So like the idea is that like it should feel natural to join the alumni once the organization once the student is not a student anymore. And now the next step is to have this like number of alumni growing, and in this way we can like establish new partnership. We can have a stronger interconnection between people. We can create bigger events. There is many other things that can be born, and this is something that comes out thanks to the participation, let's say. So that's it. This is my presentation. So if you have any question, of course, you can reach out to us directly at contact us at bestalumni.net.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Biasco, for this presentation. And thank you very much also to try to connect the different alumni from BEST, so that also after the incredible time and experience of BEST, there is still something to look forward to. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, cheers. After this presentation, we will transition to the roundtable discussion. A roundtable discussion on the topic of youth employment and work conditions. We will have three partners for this panel, namely CEFI, the European Society for Engineering Education, FEANI, the European Federation of National Engineering Associations, and also IFJ, the European Youth Forum. All of this will be moderated by our own Education Involvement Coordinator, Daniel Garcia. Daniel, the floor is yours.
right. Yeah, we are all perfect. Well, thank you, Jasper, for the introduction. Indeed, we will have the pleasure to have with us our panelists Clara Covesi from CEFI, Tigre Bochar from FEANI, and Andrea Casamenti from the European Youth Forum. For the next couple of minutes, we're going to discuss one pressing issue for the European youth, which is the youth employment and its working conditions. And as you all know, after the financial crisis of 2008, the quality of youth employment dropped significantly. Not only we haven't seen much improvement since then, but youth employment has been hit again by the new crisis caused by the COVID-19. So with this situation, it is inevitably to ask ourselves what is going to happen with our future. Youth employment is relevant to most of our members, as many best volunteers are either a recent graduates or they will be graduating in the next couple of years. But this topic is also relevant for society, as the quality of employment for young Europeans will influence the future of our continent. Today, we will tackle the issue from different perspectives. Andrea will tell us from the youth side how the European Youth Forum is approaching this topic. Clara will present the perspective of the universities, and Dirk will contribute with the vision of the industry and the working professionals. But before all that, let's introduce our partner organizations to understand a bit better who they are, what they do, and what's their relation with the topic of youth employment. So Dirk, we're going to start with you. The floor is yours. Let's know about FEANI and what you do.
Okay, well, thank you for giving me the floor. I'll now have the challenge of loading my presentation and sharing it with you. So there it is, I hope. You can see it? Yes, okay. So we are the European Federation of Engineers, which is in fact a European umbrella organization of about 6 million engineers in Europe. We have 33 national members, so those are one member per country covering all the various disciplines of engineers. The organization, which is a French acronym in fact, Fédération Européenne des Associations Nationales des Ingénieurs, was founded shortly after the Second World War by French and German engineers in 1951 to put all the brains together in order to build up Europe again. And whereas it was originally based in Paris, it moved to Brussels, where the European institutions are, in the late 1980s. So we are based at the Schuman Square, just in the shadow of the European Commission of the Berlaymont building. And this is also the official address of BEST, as you may know. So if you ever happen to be in the neighborhood, you will be more than welcome to pay a visit. But I suppose that under the COVID circumstances, that will not be immediately. Then I have a second slide. I have to go page down somewhere here, I guess. So we are organized a bit like all European organizations, same simple hierarchy of structure, with the General Assembly that meets twice per year, once in spring and once in autumn. That's where all the 33 members come with a delegation of 3 to 4 people to discuss common business. And of those 33 national members, 9 of them are represented in the executive board, which meets 4 times per year. And we have actually organized our organizations in 3 geographical areas, so that there are 3 members from Northern Europe, 3 from Central Europe, and 3 from Southern Europe participating. We have just changed presidency since the 9th of October, so that's less than a month ago. We now have a German president from VDI, who replaces our Portuguese president, who was president for 6 years, Professor José Vieira, from Braga. We then also have a number of working groups, such as the European Monitoring Committee, which is an organization or a body rather within FEANI that approves applications for the ERING title, the European Engineer title, which is a private diploma to facilitate mobility of the engineers who have graduated in country X in Europe and want to find employment in country Z. And then we examined their curriculum, their professional experience, and upon payment of a small fee, they do then get a diploma from FEANI. Then there is also the National Members Forum, which equally meets twice per year, and that is a more informal meeting as compared to the General Assembly, where people in a very informal way change best practices and share common problems in the market. Since September of 2018, we have also set up, as you can see on the left side, the European Engineering Advisory Group, of which this is the logo. Is a new logo, and that is an informal consortium of a number of stakeholder groups which we have addressed in the previous years, such as stakeholder organizations from the academic field, under which you will see your own name as best appearing, also SEFI, ENAE, a number of other organizations by which you may not be so acquainted. I will come to that later. Then other professional organizations and umbrella organizations involved with engineering in Europe, such as which is the European Young Engineers, ECEC, which is the European Council of Engineering Chambers, EFCA, which is the European Foundation of Consulting Engineers, and so on. And then also representatives from industry, employers mainly, such as they are gathered under the umbrella of Business Europe. Those are the big organizations and CEOs. The European Roundtable, CEMET, which is an employer organization for the metal industry, Orgalim, which is the employers organization for the technologies and artificial intelligence industry, and so on. The idea was that with these stakeholder groups, we would come to the definition of common projects and work on that in the framework of working groups in order to provide input to the European Commission and a number of its bodies, parliamentary bodies, such as the one on culture and education, the one on the internal market, which is IMCO, or on industry, which is industry and research, ITRE, and also DG employment, which I think are the four major ones for our line of business. So in the next slide, I will try to stick to my 5 minutes. We have in the stakeholder group of the academic and professional organizations built bridges with all these organizations, of which you see the logo here. So some of them I have already mentioned, and as you can see, there are also a number of universities who have signed up a letter of intent, which in fact says that we have to do something in Europe in closing the skills gap between graduated engineers and the expectations from industry when recruiting new engineers. These are also organizations, none of them, not all of them have signed that letter of intent, but you can see that there are, that they originate from a variety of sectors. Digital Europe is clearly digital industries. CECIMO is the European umbrella of the machine tool makers. UJAPME, which has now changed its name, is in SME Europe, is for small and medium-sized enterprises. UNIFE is the European Federation for the railway industry. ASD for the defense and aerospace industry. Sembureau is for the cement industry, so construction. And then you have also CLEPA and Archaea, which are for the automotive industry and the suppliers of components to the automotive industry. So we have come to the conclusion, well, not necessarily we personally as FIANI, but McKinsey has already a couple of years ago in 2014 published a very interesting outcome of a survey which they conducted in 8 countries, as you can see, amongst employers, graduates, and education providers. And they actually sent a number of questions to 700 education providers, 5,300 graduates, and 2,600 employers in countries like Italy, France, Germany, Greece, Portugal, Spain, Sweden, and the UK. So the big markets in Europe. And the outcome of that survey has been that education providers, so if you ask the professors whether their graduates are prepared to enter the market, 74% of them say that they are pretty confident that they are. and that is twice as much as what employers say, because employers say 35% of them say that when they recruit an engineer to start office or to start employment, um, they are only for 35% really prepared to do the job. And if you ask the graduates if they feel comfortable after graduation to enter the market, only 38% of them say that they feel confident and well prepared for doing so. This also has to do with a number of very specific competences which are conceived as being most important to meet the challenges of Industry 4.0. If you then look at what the engineers reply and what the employers prioritize, you will see that engineers are of the opinion that problem-solving capacities and capabilities are the most important for about 60%, whereas it's only 50% with the employers. In any case, the IT knowledge is being ranked very highly. And so I think with the times we are going through for the moment, which is definitely accelerating the implementation of digitalization also in education nowadays, this will probably get significant improvement in the years to come. And then a number of other issues and talents, skills rather, that are being perceived as very important are mastering complexity, ability to change, or flexibility, as your president has called it in his opening speech, and then the development, obviously, also of multidisciplinary skills, which goes beyond the technical skills that you acquire within your curriculum or an academic program. So already coming here to the last slide of the 5 minutes, and I hope I'm not exceeding. As an overall generational point of view, I would like to give you the message that at the age of 20 or just a bit above 20, you all have the idealistic vision that you want to change the world, which is good and healthy and is normal. At the age of 30, when you have acquired your first academic qualifications and you have graduated and extended that with your first years of professional experience, you really believe that you can change the world. But then at the age of 40, you start realizing that in order to change the world, you will need the help of others to do that. And by the age of 50, you often come to the conclusion that the world has changed you. I'm not saying I'm not that age yet, what it means when you get to the age of 60. It could be that you don't really care so much anymore. But I think this is the overall professional curve we are going through. And for that to be a success, because we spend most of our time in our profession anyway, it is important not only to acquire the knowledge, but also to show that you have the knowledge and that you can apply it, and that you can transfer that knowledge to others. And that's what is meant with developing a set of mixed skills, and that will amplify your competence. And it can very well be that after a few years in a professional career, you're ending up doing something completely different than what you had initially studied for. That can happen. Now, how do you overcome the skills gap between what is demanded by the market, provided they are already in a situation and in a position where they can articulate it very clearly what they want? And how do you match that with the graduates leaving university? I think there are three parallel worlds living there. They are growing closer to each other: the academic world, the industry world, and the world of organizations. We see as our European Federation as a main mission is to be the bridge between those two. And we think that internships, and that means studying at the same time as working, or working as at the same time of studying, is the most likely solution to do that, because then it gives you hands-on experience of what you're actually studying and learning from the books. And then, of course, what will be important definitely at the beginning of your professional career is to find the appropriate career support and mentorship. mentorship in the sense of people who follow your career, not people who tell you what to do and to give you good advice, but who give you hints as to where there are possibilities for personal development. And therefore, I think organizations like BEST and FIANI and all the other organizations that exist in the engineering field are very important. This kind of community building and sharing experiences is an asset which I think will not be easily transferable by talking to a screen for 6 hours a day. But for that, face-to-face conferences are definitely an asset, and I hope we be able to return back to those days very quickly. So another final issue is also to, and these days are very suitable for that, is to do a lot of reading. And I mean reading books more than reading short messages on all kinds of news providers on the mobile, really to get into your business and to specialize and to acquire as much knowledge and experiences as you can. Reading and staying up to date is a very important challenge for youngsters today, I believe, because technology is changing so rapidly. So those were my messages, my communication to your meeting, and I hope I have stuck within the time frame. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dirk. A little over 5 minutes, but you have given us a lot of interesting reflections. May I kindly ask you to stop sharing the screen, and then we can go with Clara from CEFI. Clara will tell us what's CEFI, who is CEFI, and what's the relation with the topic of youth employment. Clara, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Daniel. Could I share my screen?
Yes, please, share the screen.
Okay, just a minute. So good evening to everybody. I would like to represent and present the European Society of Engineering Education. Our society is based in Brussels. It was founded also by French people, by French academic people in engineering education in 1973, so nearly 50 years ago. And CEFI has a role in Europe to make a bridge between students, academic people, and people in industrial enterprise and corporate organization. So we have institutional members, mainly from higher education all over from Europe and outside of Europe, because CEFI is present in 42 countries, and we have more than 300 institutional members. We have industrial partner, associative partner, and individual partner also. The missions of CEFI are very large, but the main role is to create an emergence, collaboration, and a discussion between the partners, to engage in the communication and to promote collaboration and cooperation, and to represent in Europe engineering education and the engineering profession, as this is the largest organization, associative organization in Europe to representing this purpose. So we have several very important values that CEFI engaged in, like sustainability, that is very important for your generation. And I know that in your life, in your future professional life, it was one of the key points. We have we engage for the transparency and the inclusiveness, and especially the diversity is very important. And we would like to promote the engineering professional, like a very creative and future-oriented, open-minded profession. So for in the last 5 years, so between 2050 and 2020, this year, we have always 5 priorities. So the attractiveness, first of all, is to engage young people in engineering education and engineering profession. For the future, because Industry 4 and the digitalization will request more and more engineers. The digital world to develop engineering profession in the digital sphere. Capacity building, it's about reshaping engineering education, facilitating the mobility of graduate and students. Education and skill have to develop the most appropriate way or future engineers' skills and competencies. And the 5th one, engineering education, is to develop this area as a research area. So in CEFI, we do research also in educational sciences, have to enhance the education of young engineers. So what kind of activity we have? So we have very numerous and very diversified activities. First of all, CEFI has lots of different kind of interest groups. So we have several, I think 12 or 13 different thematic, like interest group in engineering ethics, curriculum development, open and online education, mathematics, physics education, sustainability in engineering education, engineering school, skills, student cooperation, or industry cooperation. So I would like to encourage everybody, because BEST is a CEFI member, to join this group if you have a special interest in it, in these topics. We organize annual conferences. So the last conference was an online conference from Netherlands, but the conference before was in Budapest, and CEFI was has very happy to have the participation of BEST students in each conference, in the organization, and also in the presentation, because BEST always participated in the paper writing also. We have an organization, the European Engineering Dean Council, this is a specialized platform that is dedicated to deans, directors, and faculty leaders. And they organize also an annual conference with the participation of BEST. We have also CEFI projects, so mainly European project, Erasmus project, or H2020 project. So one of CEFI project is the A-STEP project that BEST is a valuable partner, and I am happy as the project coordinator work with BEST. I think that it's very, very good to involve students in European projects. We have regular publications in form of newsletters or scientific publication in the European Journal of Engineering Education, annual reports, and other specific thematic publication. And at the end, I would like to talk about CEFI cooperation also, because it's a very huge network, as I mentioned, present in 42 countries. but that provide for academic people and for also students a very, very good networking opportunity. But we also cooperate with several European and worldwide association in engineering education or engineering profession. For example, FEANI and one of our partner. So I would like to tell about talk about the challenges related to the engineers' employability. So that is clear today that we need engineers on the job market. And that it's very important that engineers' role is growing and will be determinant for the sustainability development in the future. So for your employment, I would like to advise you to think about not only to the study to work transition after your graduation, but looking further, think about long-term employment perspective and trajectory to have a well-built career. And also make your choices in your curricula, because multidisciplinary skills and competencies are more and more evaluated in the labor market. And if you have competencies in different domains, you have more choices also on the job market. Very important also, the workplace today is changing. There is a need for the ability to work in an interdisciplinary workplace. So in academia, you are working together, engineers with engineers, or mathematician with mathematician. But in the real work, in the company, it won't be the same. So I would recommend also than my colleague just before the internships, higher apprenticeship opportunity, or just take 1 year out to work in a company, because it gives you a valuable experience. And also my last point is the extracurricular activity. That is the best thing in the soft skill development. And I am happy that you are here, because if you are in this organization in BEST, that means that you recognize that need for these competencies. And I am happy that you develop your competencies in this organization. It's maybe more valuable than learn it in school and just to be in the school, in the classroom. It's more better to practice it in an organization. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Clara, for the great presentation and also the tips about youth employment. May I ask you again to stop sharing the screen, and then we will move with Andrea from the European Youth Forum. Clara, you can find on top the button stop sharing.
Yes, just a minute. I can find where. Yes. Sorry, I can't find too many things open. Arrête. Okay, it's good.
Perfect. Thank you, Clara. And Andrea, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Daniel. Good evening, everybody. Hi, my name is Andrea. I'm a member of the board of the European Youth Forum. I will tell you just in a second about it, just to tell you that I am not an engineer. I know nothing of engineering, so I will leave all questions about engineering to the other two speakers. But I can tell you a lot about youth organizations. So I will now share my screen with all of you. I think maybe now you can see it, hopefully. And voila. So yes, the European Youth Forum. What is the European Youth Forum and what do we do? So we are the platform of youth organizations in Europe. We are a European organization led by young people. We have a board composed of young people, and I'm one of those 11 board members. we were established almost 25 years ago independently by youth organizations, and our member organizations are youth organizations. We currently have 108 member organizations, which we split in two types of organizations: the national youth councils, so the youth organizations active at national level, and the international youth organizations, which are the ones active more at international level, which of course includes also BEST. And I hope you know it, but maybe you do not. BEST is one of our observer organizations. I've been trying to convince previous presidents of BEST to become full members of the Youth Forum. Didn't manage. Maybe with your current one, I'll manage. But yeah, so basically through our member organizations, we reach almost 40 million young people directly. But of course, we work for all young people in Europe. So what do we do? Our vision is to be the voice of young people in Europe, and we were created with the aim of promoting and defending the rights of young people in Europe, defending the interests of young people, but of course also the interests of youth organizations. So we work, of course, on a lot of different topics, which we clustered into two main groups. One which concerns more the life of a young person, and you see the part in there in red, which of course includes also employment. It's obviously something that we work on, but also in this blue-violet color, you'll see what we do when it comes to youth organizations, to support youth organizations all over Europe. So I would say that 95% of our work is advocacy. So we do, I know this is a bit of a dirty word for some people, but we do lobbying. So towards whom? We work with the institutions of the European Union, with the European Commission, with the European Parliament, the Council of the European Union, on everything that has to do with the life of a young person. So of course, you know, as you know, everything has to do, even discussions about pensions, for instance, would have to do with the life of a young person. So we work on many different things. But for instance, on the strategy of the European Union, on youth, we work, of course, on programs that target young people like Erasmus Plus or the European Solidarity Corps. We work on the dialogue between stakeholders and then between decision makers at EU level and young people, which is called the EU Youth Dialogue. But we also work with the Council of Europe, which is an international organization that focuses on human rights, democracy, and rule of law. And it's based in Strasbourg. We work with them on several different topics: youth participation, youth work. There's also a foundation in the Council of Europe that provides funding for youth organizations. And of course, we also work at global level with the United Nations on several different topics. But we don't do just advocacy. We also have other activities. I just wanted to show here a couple. The Youth Progress Index is, for instance, so we do research and publications. This is an index that we created, which basically showcase, so it's actually information about the life of a young person without taking into consideration the economic factor. So it's basically looking at how high a country scores when it comes to opportunities provided for young people in the country, access to rights, and a lot more. So I advise you to check it out. It's a very interesting publication. We also give the title of the European Youth Capital. So every year there's a city in Europe which becomes the European Youth Capital. It goes through an application process, a selection process. This year it's Amiens in France. Next year it's Klaipėda in Lithuania. Afterwards it's Tirana, and we have opened now the call for the 2024 Youth Capital. We also organize a big youth political festival which brings together 10,000 young people, which we call the YoFest. So this is basically just what I wanted to show you. Yes, I finished sharing the screen. So basically just from our side, that indeed, so employment is a topic that we very much work on, so providing quality opportunities of employment to young people. So I'm very happy to discuss this further now.
All right, Andrea, thank you very much for that presentation about EYF. I'm sure you have a lot to say about this topic. Okay, so well, now that we have a bit of an understanding of the different points of view, I would like to pose you some questions based on your presentation. So I'm going with Dirk. Dirk, you were suggesting, you were sending a powerful message saying that actually universities feel they are preparing their students more than they actually do. And you were suggesting that internships, mentorship, that would be a solution for that. So I would like to pose a question, I guess for Dirk, but also for Clara and for Andrea. Do you think like this is a problem of universities, that maybe universities are not preparing young people, let's say young STEM graduates, for the real market?
Well, that's a very good question. I think my answer would be very sensitive, because I know where SAFE is listening. And whereas we are associate member of SAFE and they are also of us, I don't think I want to criticize the academics too much. I'm just saying, and I think this is a fact of life, that there is a difference between the academic world and the real world out there in the marketplace. For instance, certain dimensions like competition, profit seeking, and so on are definitely not absent in the academic world, far from it, because there are also competitive issues between people who have to make certain publications if they want to get promoted into a doctorate or a professorship or whatever. But the rhythm and the approach is slightly different. So those are different worlds. The gap there is narrowing, and definitely there are projects going from industry to university for research projects, and I think also industry is a big financer in some areas to these universities by doing that. But when it comes to students, I have the feeling that it has already changed a lot since when I graduated, that there is not sufficient interaction, and that as a graduate, you are leaving university without really knowing what the real world out there is about. As I said, it has improved already a lot when I compare myself to people like you at the age of 24, 25, and I think of how I was at that age. The differences are already enormous, and I think Erasmus has done a lot of good things in that area. But still, I think there could be more done in terms of guidance and mentorship after graduation. It is like, here you have provided evidence and proof of your capabilities. Here you get your degree, now go into the world. And it doesn't really need to be like that. And of course, this is also a bit the consequence of democratization, providing possibilities to virtually everyone to take on academic studies, which is a good thing. But it leads to an enormous volume of students, so that universities can simply not follow up on every single individual graduate individually and for a long time. So I think there, if there would be more common ground and interaction between the two, and I have a board of directors in which I see the two represented. I have people who are professors at universities in my board of directors, and I have others who are running an organization and a company. And that is a completely different dynamics of approaching problems, of discussing also, and of being, sometimes pragmatic. Academics do not like to take risks. Business life is about taking risks. That's another difference. And so the mindset is a bit different. Whereas it doesn't have to imply that every single graduate, be it in engineering or in sciences, needs to go work in the future for a company. He could very well set up his own company or start a business as a consultancy or whatever. So also liberal professions and the enthusiasm for taking private initiative, for instance, is one of the dimensions I believe is not being taught at the universities. What are the possibilities? How can you start? What is the likelihood of being successful, and things like this? I think there is room for that as well, but I don't want to be too harsh on the academics. I think they are facing very challenging times, and a lot has already been done, I think, over the last 20 years when I compare it to the previous time when I originate from. So another thing is, for instance, you now speak to your professors, you address them by their first name. That was completely unimaginable 30 years ago. And I'm not saying this is a good or a bad thing. I'm just saying it has changed a lot, and the interactions have changed a lot, and it's going in the right direction. But what I put here in my penultimate slide, or was it the last slide, when I say internships, the E2E, the way from education to employment, that is a challenge for both. And I'm not only blaming academics for not paying sufficient attention to that. I'm also saying it is a concern of industry. And when I said that industry doesn't always know what they want, then that is also a statement of fact. Because saying we are not getting the engineers we are looking for is an easy thing to do. Well, tell us what you want. And then they often only know 2 or 3 months before they need a very specific skill set. So these are challenging times. I think we are on the right track. We are getting better. But for you as students, I would say try to combine your studies with an internship. Whenever you have holidays, try to do something and work in a company or take on a job somewhere.
All right, that's a very powerful message, Dirk. And I see Clara will definitely love to answer a bit about the academics, but first let's go with Andrea, because Andrea is about to drop another bomb, I think. Andrea, what do you feel about this? What do you feel about this? Is this a matter of universities, or is it a matter of companies? It's a matter maybe about regulations?
I think there's definitely the need for better synergies between universities and companies. But indeed, I think Dirk mentioned internships as an important step in the process, of transitioning between education and employment. And I think internships are indeed a very important topic. But what we do at the European Youth Forum is we advocate for quality paid internships, because in Europe, unfortunately, it's still very much a big issue. There was a Eurobarometer survey from 2013. It's been a while now, for sure. So the data is maybe it's not so up to date, but that Eurobarometer survey showed that 60% of young people in Europe who did internships, they did unpaid internships. So without the support of their families, it would not have been possible. And also half of those who received the compensation said that the compensation was not enough to have a decent lifestyle. Also, the fact that several internships, they very much, they are not really learning experiences. They are basically diminished to, there's always the example of, making photocopies and so on. So what we do at the European Youth Forum, we call for quality internships. Quality internships means, that they are really educational experiences, that there's greater respect for the rights of interns, there's fair remuneration, there's also social protection in case, after the internship. So I think that's definitely a set of things that need to improve in the future. There's a lot of work going on at the European level, but I think we don't have too much time to go too deep into that.
All right, thank you, Andrea, and definitely keep the good work. We are aware that Parliament recently banned unpaid internships, and we are aware that you played an important role in that decision as well. So Dirk was suggesting including internships to fill the mismatch of skills. Andrea was saying yes, but which kind of internship? Let's go with quality internship. Clara, now it's your turn. There has been a lot of references about universities. Just Professor might be wanted to answer something. What do you feel about this issue?
Yes, I would like to answer to Dirk. There are several points that I agree entirely. because there are a huge improvement in terms of internship, even for my generation, because my generation was 20 years ago. So I am in France, and I'm teacher. I'm a student, and now I am teacher in a French engineering school. So I can tell you about more in the French context. So in France, we have no compulsory internship in every year, and compulsory internship 6 months minimum aboard. So that is very different from my generation, and it's very, very valuable. And there is a promotion for higher apprenticeship, because in a lot of engineering school we have promotions. It's for example, in my school, it started 10 years ago. I was there, then it's just started with little classes, and now we have a whole promotion of apprenticeship student, and it works very well. It's quite popular to be in at the same time in school and in a company. So there is a huge work that was done. But I would like to highlight that today, with a new generation of teacher, there is a change of mindset, because in your time, Dirk, it was really true, and even in my time 20 years ago was true, that the knowledge wasn't available. If we wanted to learn something, we had to go to the bibliothèque, to the library, and look after it in books. And there were no internet. Now it's different. The knowledge for the young people is available. You can look up in a minute, and it's very, very, very different. So the mindset is different, because now my generation of teacher, this new generation, the objective is not to learn the knowledge. No, the objective is to teach to learn. So our objective is to teach this new generation to learn, because we know this new generation has a mission, is to learn. Probably you will have several careers in your life, and the technology is more and more changing. Every 5 years and every 3 years in the IT technology, new technology come out, and you have to learn it. So our objective is more to prepare you to a lifelong learning activity, and not to learn something. So it's very different. And Dirk, you told about the entrepreneurship, to set up new company. Now in the engineering school, at least in France, entrepreneurship is very highly promoted. It's included in the curricula, and we try to show to the young students that it is an opportunity, that it should to be considered in form of entrepreneurship outside of company, and also in form of intrapreneurship inside of the company, with the possibility, very large possibility of open innovation and this kind of initiative. So it's very, very different, even if I compare 20 years ago that we had in the engineering school and today. So we don't have the same objectives, and you have the chance to relive this. You don't have also the same objective that the generation 20 years ago, because your main objective maybe is to live with sustainable development and adjust engineering and the role of the engineers to the sustainability, because you have to change this world, you have to change this situation. And this is a huge mission, and I think that you have a very important role in it. So thank you. It was my answer, Dirk, and thank you for your words also, because it's created an exchange between us.
Yeah, well, thank you, Clara. As I said, the countries differ from in Europe, and I know in France there is also legal requirement, even if you're already in a professional position, that you need to engage in CPD. I think at least 5 days in a year or something. You need to take on continuous professional development. This is not yet the case in all countries in Europe. So I'm glad you acknowledged what I said, but I cannot speak in general terms about every single country. Is not possible. But an issue that I think is very important here is this notification that your life as a youngster, I'm happy to be the age I'm already today, you will have to continue studying. It never stops. It is this continuous professional development that will be the key for your professional success, I think, talking to youngsters. I don't need to worry too much anymore, but it's not about me. It's about the generations to come. And it's not about you either, I think, Clara. We will, one way or another, survive. But as you say, they will have more careers in a lifetime. And it's a bit of a pity that they are faced with the stress of having too many options, which is a stress we didn't know at the time. And this now causes also a bit of confusion. I see many very qualified, very capable young people at the age of 24, 25 being completely disoriented as to what they would like to do or what career they would wish to pursue. And this is, I think, a stress we didn't know, a luxury maybe we didn't know. I don't know how to evaluate that as a positive thing or as a negative thing. But the fact is they have plenty of chances and challenges.
Dear, I would answer to dear just one word. I see this not as a stress. I see this as an opportunity, because the world is more open for this generation than it was for us. So take it like an opportunity, not as a stress that you have to learn. No, it's a good thing that you will be able to do lots of things in your life, not only 1 or 2 professions, but maybe 6, 7, 8, 10. Thank you.
Yes, but we'll have to ask the youngsters if they perceive it as stress or not. Yeah, I think it's sometimes a bit complicated for them to make the right choices. But okay, Daniel, maybe you can answer this one.
Oh, yes, definitely it's an opportunity for all of us. Not a stress. I guess we need to see as an opportunity, as Clara was suggesting. And with this, I'm afraid I will need to close this amazing roundtable. I will let you wrap up. And I'm really happy that you have both discussed the problem, but also what would be the role of your organizations in this. So we have discussed, okay, maybe the lack of internships or so on. But Dirk, you were saying, okay, my organization can help fulfill this mismatch of skills. Clara was suggesting that there's a new generation of professors that can tackle this issue, and Andrea was, of course, saying that they will keep an eye on the internship to see that they are qualitative enough and they are actually contributing to the education of the people. And
can I ask a question? Just one question to Andrea, a very short one. May I, Daniel? Is it okay?
Very fast.
Yes. Well, what are the criteria for full membership of the European Youth Forum, and how do you define youth? At what age does it stop? Could you tell me?
Quick answer. So up to 35 years old. So I'm not sure if Dirk, you're in the age frame, but and I'm happy the criteria, it's a bit requires a bit of a longer answer. So maybe we can do this outside of the live stream.
That's great. Well, I think that's a nice signal that there has a young soul, and that's what matters here. So we have this old young soul and this willing to change the world for the better. All right. Well, when this, I'm going to thank you all for being here to present your organization, who you are, what you do, and definitely what your role with youth employment. And hopefully we'll meet maybe next year in 2 years, and we will discuss this again, and we'll see a huge improvement, from this point. All right, no more time. So thank you everyone for watching, and I think Jasper, it's on you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Daniel, and all the others for this eye-opening roundtable. We have now a final presentation prepared for you. It is namely the case that our corporate partners, they are not just here for the official opening of this event. They will return at a couple of occasions during this President's meeting. And one of the most interesting occasions is as partner of the case study competition that will be organized during this President's meeting. We have our competitions department coordinator, Evelina Saminali, with us. She is part of the organizing team of this competition, and via presentation, she will clarify what is actually going to happen for everyone watching. Evelina, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Jasper, for the introduction. Let me share my screen so you can see the presentation. Okay, so as Jasper said, I'm Evelina. I'm the competitions department coordinator, and I will be presenting you the company case study that will be part of this PM. So actually, before I begin with the dates, this case study started with a very interesting question that our partners ABB and Atos posed to us. And we decided to turn it into a competition because why not? But before I reveal you the question, let's go over a few details of the competition. So the start date will be Monday, the 9th of November at 12 a.m. This is because, as you will see later, the registrations will be open until Sunday at midnight. So after the registrations are closed, then the competition can start officially. And of course, the end date will be the 12th of November at midnight. This is the time where you will have to submit your solutions. Of course, there's another very interesting part in this competition, which is there is a money prize provided to the best solutions. So in the first place, you get the money prize of 500 euros. The second place gets 300, and the third place gets 100. So the participants can be all LBGs and observer groups of best. So you will apply as an LBG. We will provide you a registration form where you can register your LBG. All you will need to do is just fill in the content person of your LBG. And as I said before, the registration form will be open until Sunday midnight. After this, the participation will be closed and the competition will start officially. Of course, we will also provide you some support during this. The jury will be in the best Discord in the best Discord server, and we'll have some hours that you can ask your questions there. So let's go and find out that question that I was referring to. So the question is, how can companies empower youth leaders? This is the topic that you will have to find a solution to. And of course, what's the better place than PM to do this, where all of young leaders of BEST are gathered. So the end goal will be to make a more specific plan of how youth employees in a company can get their leadership skills developed. And that will be done by a series of tasks. So we'll start with the first task, which is defining a leader. It refers to theoretical aspects of leadership skills. Then we'll go to the second task, which is the process of becoming a leader, which refers to how you will become a leader and how a company can do that. And the last and most important task is making a leader, which refers to the actual plan on how a company can help and support their youth employees in order to utilize their leadership skills. So that was most of it. Thank you for listening. And after all of the solutions have been submitted, there will be an evaluation done by representatives from from ABB and also the BEST team. And you will have the solutions within a week. So thank you again and enjoy the PM.
Thank you very much, Evelina, for this presentation. And with this, we've reached the end of this official opening. I'd like to thank all of you, dear audience, for the attentiveness, for the thoughtfulness, and for all those very cute and nice comments that you've made in the YouTube chat. As we conclude this official opening day, I'm asking you to reflect on all the things that you've heard today. And I want to invite you once again for the President's meeting that is now going to start. That's going to start tomorrow quite early in the morning. Have a great evening and let the 26th President's meeting begin.